Why can they not just throw Dimir and Esper Murktide together? Have a whole new section for Riddler now. Do. Boros burn. No. Try again. I guess now the non-Murktide lists are just thrown into their own, like, Dimir, Esper, or they're thrown into Esper mid-range with the Blink decks. Oh, this is a pain. What about Grixis Goryo's? That deck did so much fun. Yet again. How about no? Man, it's so bad to play against that deck and have it do well against you after playing with it, and it just felt awful. Ben, what's up? I might try out Lyndon's list here. So there's a showcase qualifier tomorrow, no, 2 days from now. And I might give that a shot. Dylan Bajan, what's up? Is that what I want to do? Why does everybody want Grixis? Awful. Heyday, what's up? Or whatever has max Kaitos. 3 Kaitos is pretty easy. I'm also high on the Ninja, which is funny because somebody was posting on I guess it was the Metacord yesterday or day before about like thinking Kaito was awful, like the worst card in the deck. And all I could think was like, how many games has Kaito won me, especially against Blink? Like, I know I want to try out. I had this list where I was just like throwing in stuff I wanted to play. And I wanted to find room for the counter spells in here and just like run a league with this, see how it went. I think that's like big thing I haven't really gotten a feel for yet. I'm also a little bit worried that it's just like so many counter spells. We add red and play Grixis. I don't think there's any reason to go Grixis over Esper. Like, I think everything Grixis wants to do, Esper just does better. There's not like a card that is really, really good in Modern right now that Grixis has access to that Esper can't, like, compete with. Esper can't bolt. Yeah, but bolt's not very good right now. Play bolt and your opponent plays Flage or Scion, a Draco, Primeval Titan, any sort of combo, Frog, Overlord. I've been liking Pest Control too. I just never seem to draw it. I'll run a sideboard with like 3 or 4 copies and just never see it post board. Which I completely understand is just like a variance thing, but man, does it happen so much. I'm going to try to get counter spells in this. That's what I'm going to work on first. Lyndon's List have counter spell. Seeing a lot of Tron online today. Or what's got the Tron players out and about. Not drawing it because you're not brainstorming. Dude, if I could brainstorm in Modern with Tamiyo, do you have any idea how happy I would be? I would be just like ecstatic. All in, happiest person alive if I could brainstorm. Deathrite make me happy? A bit. Like, I like Deathrite Shaman plenty. I think it would be a good card to have in Modern. I don't think it would be OP to any extent. Dust. Find room for one of those. Part of me wants to just cut Bowmaster. Like keep in 4th Force, 4th Subtlety. That look. We still have Tamiyos and Frogs to ninjutsu. Or my favorite is actually hard cast to Subtlety, untap ninjutsu a Kaito, hold up like counter spell. But I could get away from playing Thoughtseize. So many like so many just minor little like adjustments could be made, and none of them really feel that great. How many hours do you have on Skyrim? Only assuming because I've noticed that Skyrim music's in the background a lot. Well, I've got this like Spotify playlist that's just called the greatest video game music, and it's got a bunch of Skyrim songs in it because obviously like the soundtrack for Skyrim is amazing. But to answer the question, probably like couple thousand hours or so on Skyrim. But that does have a bit of an asterisk because it's not a couple thousand on vanilla Skyrim. I got really big into Skyrim modding for a while. So doing like modded challenge runs of Skyrim with random stuff, like start in a random spot of the map instead of starting in the carriage where you normally do, and funny stuff like that. Oh, Mana Traders is mad at me. I guess we're on no Riddler today because I was late returning my Quantum Riddlers last time. So I guess they have stopped me from renting Riddlers for 6 hours. Air. No Riddler today. Does that mean we're playing? Didn't Utah just like top 10 a challenge or something? This is gonna drive me crazy. They have all this separated in like 12 different categories. Testing out a one of Riddler and Dimir Oculus and was underwhelmed. I mean, the reason Riddler has been so good in the traditional builds is being on 4 force negation, 4 subtlety in the main, plus Tameo. So like a lot of stuff that Oculus just doesn't play. So it's kind of saying I'm playing Storm and this one of like Lightning Bolt wasn't good. You're just not playing things to make that card good. I guess we'll run some Consult the Star charts. Those. Search. It's crazy here. Runs are fun. Used to always challenge a buddy to see who can go the longest without dying on master. That's pretty good as well, except it depends on like it depends on your conditions, because you can very easily just become like an unkillable stealth archer in Skyrim and literally never died, regardless of the difficulty, if you want to. It takes a while, but just the most cheese builds ever. star charts. That's a challenge in itself, resisting to sneak and use a bow. Dude, I fail that challenge every time, and I will not apologize for it. How do you decide between 2 or 3 Kaitos in main deck versus side? Realistically, it's a lot of guesswork. Like, the more free spells you have, the better Kaito gets. If you're like heavier on Murktide or something and you want Kaito as a non-graveyard dependent juke, then it gets better out of the sideboard. Like, what's your game 1 plan? What is your game 1 on the play opening hand looking like? And that'll help you decide a lot. Like, if your game 1 perfect opener is like Tameo or Thoughtseize into Frog into something with subtlety, force negation, then like Kaito's gonna fit extraordinarily well into that plan. But if your game 1 plan is like Thoughtseize into hold up counter spell into preordained Murktide, then like Kaito doesn't really fit into that curve, where it doesn't really accomplish anything significant for you. So definitely don't want a bunch of them. I was getting rid of Yuda's just on 0 cantrips in the main. 4 Frog, 4 Tameo. Kaito is on 4 Thoughtseize plus 2 Dreams in the main, though. Six. Is this the Linden deck? No, this is the Yuta Takahashi deck. Mana Traders is mad at me, so I can't rent Quantum Riddlers. Gotta go this route. Crazy Expressive Iteration was just power crept out. I don't think it's so much that iteration was power crept out, is just like blue red in general is not that good. Like when everybody says I do have a Daybreak account and I could play on it, but the issue is if you play on the Daybreak account, you can't actually like keep anything that you win. So you end up just like winning a bunch of chests and stuff that you can't sell off. You can't open anything, or you can open stuff, but doesn't make a difference. So if I can choose to, I'd rather just play on the normal account so that I can potentially win prizes and go from there. I guess Yuta's on Damnation. Let's give that a shot. Just testing, right? I am just testing, yes. Lands +2 sink. Lake. So just skipping out. No, it's got the 2 black fetches. Ace. 2 dark slick, 4 flooded strands. Oh, he's on 22 mana sources. Blind. Are you seeing this list? This is literally just on Goldfish. Like the last list that got posted, or the most recent list. I'm swapping up a few minor things here and there. Like I don't like Spell Snare right now. Stern Scolding's been a lot better for me. So choosing to run Spell Snare instead. I don't like Cut Down out of the board, so not running that. A little bit of pick and choose what I want to try here. Yuta was only playing 2 Kaito. Like he's got 2 dress downs. Not really want to play dress down. Kind of mid. I know Pablo was really high on illness in the ranks. Might throw one of those in the sideboard for a little extra action. Go with the get out. Or consign 2 Harbinger. 4 Thoughtseize, 2 Dreams. Should be like okay-ish into Tron. Crazy it's no Oculus, no Murktide. Yeah, does seem like it would have a little bit of a difficult time getting across the finish line. But we'll see. Title. Moxfield before people start hitting exclamation deck list and I'm unprepared. Hit command. Mr. Freak, I played against Co-Diamonds in a league. Told him that you told me to tell him to eat a dick. He proceeded to crush me. So, you're the one that Kevin posted that screenshot from. Love it. All right, so let's get recording. We'll go ahead and hop into this first league. All right, what's up YouTube? What's up Twitch chat? First league of the day. We're trying out basically like 65 or so of Yuta Takahashi's 11th place challenge list. A few notable changes. You can see a link to that list in the description down below, or find it on Goldfish. A couple changes that we made were pretty much nothing in the main outside of 2 spell snare for 2 stern scolding. Just not a big fan of spell snare at the minute, or at the moment. I think being able to answer like Seasoned Pyromancer and Solitude's a lot more important. In the sideboard, we've got an extra copy of Harbinger's Seas, Mystical Dispute, 2 copies of Engineered Explosives, and Illness in the Ranks. So about 7 or so differences from the Yuta list. But anyway, it's essentially a blue-black control base, less frog tide, more frog control. We've got 3 copies of Consult the Star charts to help bridge into the late game or provide that crucial card advantage that Dimir has often lacked. Otherwise, 2 Kaito, 4 Tamio, 4 Frog, 3 Subtlety is our threat base. 6 copies of Hand Disruption at 1 mana with 4 Thoughtseize, 2 Dreams. No Preordain, no Consider, no Thought Scour. Really relying on Consult the Star charts to be our card selection / advantage. But yeah, let's go ahead and jump into it. See if we run into anything interesting. Hopefully we do. Apparently people have been running into a lot of Tron here recently. Running into a lot of Reanimator recently. Does anybody know offhand if, yes, the stream is working over on YouTube? I decided to stream from Streamlabs today instead of from OBS, just so we can get the YouTube stream up. I believe I've got the audio figured out, so it should work fine. Being able to play music in the background and then only have it record the actual talking. On the play, turn 1 Dreams. Roll with it. Need to find a Frog or a Tamio or something pretty quickly. Hopefully between Dreams and Counterspell we can buy ourselves a little time. Brood Scale. We've got Cavern of Souls. Maybe they name Construct. But I will say it's really funny to have all this discussion going on about like whether Counterspell is worth it or not. And we try to put together a list with Counterspell and just like game 1, round 1, run into a situation where Counterspell looks awful. The opponent having Cavern of Souls. maybe we can work around it, but that's a pretty rough one. Giving up on Shadow. I wouldn't say giving up. It's just Shadow's like... Shadow keeps the same good matchups as Dimir, as Frog Tide, but immediately loses like the bad ones. It's horrible into Boros, really, really sketchy into Blink. So there's just not an advantage to playing Shadow. But at the same time, like, I would like Shadow to be good. Oh, kind of cooked against back-to-back Chrysalis off the top. Illness, signs, harbingers. So the problem with playing subtlety there is they get extra scions just for casting. They put the Harbinger back on top. I'm still not dealing with the Harbinger. Eventually, it's going to resolve and just stonewall all of my subtleties. I can't counterspell it. So what advantage am I getting from just putting the Chrysalis back on top like twice? Just like not putting me in a positive direction at all. Children's Edict's pretty bad. Kaito's tough to get through chump blockers. Subtlety's pretty mid. Counterspell itself is kind of bad. Not tuned very well for brood scale. I think I'm okay with. I don't think I've seen much brood scale at all recently. Good. Am I bottoming here? Bottoming the third land? Is that crazy? Like, I would rather have a black source. Could bottom the consult. If I'm getting rid of a land, there's no way I'm getting rid of Undercity sewers. Because I can just sewers on one, try to find a third land, and then Tamiyo Thoughtseize on two. +1 on Matoya. Thought about Matoya in a hot minute. I really wanted Matoya and Otherworldly Gaze to work. Kozilek's Command, Unholy Heat, Blade of the Blood Chief. Unholy Heat. I miss when Modern was slow enough for Shieldred to be good. You mean when everybody was playing 4 copies of the One Ring? That's about the only time I would go as far as saying good. Found another copy of Eldrazi Temple. I don't think there's any reason for me to wait to hit the 5th land to kick this Star Charts instead of just casting it now. I'd rather just like go to my next turn untapped with all my mana. Very fiddling cards. Face Shieldred today. Impressive. A little bit more of a clock. I guess I'm just flashing this in to speed things up. Still Thoughtseize. So get Stern Scolding up, 2-turn clock. Should be good enough. What happens to Saga if they play it now? It comes in and it just becomes an island or a non-basic Saga island. It's got 0 chapter, or no, it's got 1 chapter counter on it, but it cannot tap to make colorless mana. So it enters, it gets the first chapter counter as like a replacement for entering. The ability doesn't go on the stack to gain the tap to add a colorless text. so it's just sitting there with one chapter counter on it. It's a saga. It doesn't die. It can tap for a blue mana. All in all, it's weird. It's a pain. It just like keeps any abilities that it's already gained, but it can't gain new abilities. That's why it can't gain the ability to tap for a colorless. But if they had a saga out on one and then you played a Harbinger, it would be able to tap for a colorless. These infamous, if I had a second land, this would be great hands. You can sign either Failure or Flickerwist return trigger and Overlord gets exiled permanently. Yeah, you can. That's actually a very common line to run into. The Wooded Foothills, Forest, Blade of the Blood Chief. Choose a forest. Think I'm just passing through here. I don't think I want to jam this frog into opponent having known 4th mana and could just Kozilek's command my frog. '90s MTG coming in with the raid. Thank you so much. Welcome everybody. I hope you had an awesome stream. Gotta fetch first. Welcome everybody coming in. If it's your first time here, my name is Michael, Control Freak on Magic Online. Play a lot of Modern, especially a lot of Blue Black X, like Shadow, Frog Tide, this kind of stuff. Michael thought it was Mikey, not Dingo, unfortunately. Cool with a shortened nickname. Yeah, y'all called us right in the middle of game 3 of round 1. First league of the day. Damn, I joined '90s right before we raided. I was going to say, you lucky duck, you can still use Dockside, but now I can't because this is Modern. You can still think it. I'll give you that. I probably wouldn't recommend casting one in a tournament, no, but how sick would Dockside be with Tameo rolling out clues that you could make treasures for in sack? I'd be all about that. Ben coming in with a gifted sub. Thank you so much. Dogfish, welcome to the subscribers. Against your efforts to get away from the stream, you've been sucked back in. Opponent reveals a Cavern of Souls. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. I don't really know the legacy meta at all, so for all I know, Dockside is unplayable there. I would assume Dockside's probably pretty unplayable in legacy. Like any of the decks that care about artifacts are just doing like bigger, better things. I would assume. Sub and disappear. Classic Ben. Alt. Said not on my watch. One v one format getting a lot of value from it seems way less likely unless the meta decks are artifact enchantment stacked, which in legacy they're definitely not. You've got so much like reanimator and delver style piles. You can Tameo, brainstorm, and flip without even having to worry about the clues. Fire spout, unholy. Okay. Take them off delirium. It does, right? Now I can flip the Tameo and they can't unholy heat it until they crack Vexing Bubble. Probably worth. They want to respond to this with like cracked Vexing Bubble, unholy heat. Never mind. Like, what do I know? I don't think opponent realized that the dreams had taken them off delirium. Fire spout, forest. And we're just probably protect this Tameo. Than what they do. Chrysalis can resolve. This is the case, I'll let Tameo take the hit. No, fire spout. Got illness. Almost exclusively a drafter and a commander player, but I do find Modern and Pioneer interesting. I just know they can be costly to get into. There's like ebbs and flows to the Modern format. There's times where it can be really affordable to get in. And then, yeah, there's times where it's like absolutely awful and I would not recommend it to my worst enemy. Okay, so let's go crack clue. Fatal push. Chrysalis. Back in with our frog. Illness in the ranks. Pass. Fire spout, unknown. It's got 5 card types in the yard, 4 mana on board. I do need to do something before they're able to get Emrakul mana. Bills Chrysalis, Beseiju, Walking Ballista, Soul Guide Lantern. Pretty fine with all those. Yeah, I would say like 98% of my Magic that I play is modern. I'll play a little bit of other formats from time to time. Not nearly as much. Walking Ballista. Sign this. Double Fire Spout in hand. Construct that is not going to be keeping up with Tamiyo very well. Now that I've got second Tamiyo, I'm probably just giving up this first one to get back Consign. Say, get back Consign. Play second Frog, say go. Get out of Fire Spout range very easily. Deals 3 damage. Crack a clue, get an extra card in here. Discard. Card. I know their last card's another Fire Spout. Sign Fatal Push. Gonna be killing off their own token here. Now I have a janky yet effective way of delaying an Emrakul with Sink into Stupor, the Emrakul itself, because it gets around Cavern of Souls, plus Consign the cast trigger. So as long as we can present lethal next turn, should be okay. I finally got around to ordering the remainder of the cards I needed for standard. I know that's not quite as big of an expense as like getting into modern, but when I was looking at those starting towns being $20 a piece or whatever, I was hyperventilating. Harbinger's probably just better than everything else because I can Harbinger and have Consign to memory up. That also puts me at 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 power. Illness in the ranks, gamers rise up. Sometimes you just gotta hit them with a little illness. Proxying could be interesting, but if I recall correctly, the LGSs I've been to run actual modern events, so I'd have to just wait and casual play the guys that drop out of the events. I hate that, like, I don't hate that proxies aren't allowed at like comp level events. I'm fine with that. But I hate that stores themselves are like so terrified slash disincentivized to be allowed to run proxy events at all. Like, I think it'd be really cool if there were more LGSs that were able to run a proxy modern night or proxies acceptable modern night once a week or whatever. And just let people like try out the format, see if it's something they want to buy into, and then start buying stuff from the shop to compete in RCQs or compete on like the real modern night, whatever it is. Bad for me. So I can subtlety the Pinnacle Emissary, hope they don't go for anything, and then have Shieldred's Edict to deal with the Pinnacle Emissary before the first 0 drop next turn. For that. I think I'm going to go that route. That's why we Undercity Sewers before we do anything, so we got a better idea if it's something I want to set up or not. Put Pinnacle Emissary on top. Hopefully that means they don't have a second Pinnacle Emissary. Saga. Stupid payoff. Thoughtcast. Nope. See what your last card is. We might just Shieldred's Edict, take them off Metalcraft. Why? Why? Why do you do this to me? God, indeed. Gotta fuck. That's like worst thing we possibly could have seen off the top or in their hand. Worst thing for us. I wouldn't say it's unwinnable. You just like, there are certain cards that are just miles ahead of everything else you can play against Affinity. Top deck Thoughtcast. And if you're not playing those cards, you're just like putting yourself at a serious disadvantage for no real benefit. Like if you're not running Pest Control or Wrath the Skies, you're just like setting yourself up for failure. Obviously nobody wants it to be that way, but here we are. You can play Damnation or whatever, but like multiple sagas just wrecks Damnation's entire existence. Or you can play Engineered Explosives, but if they just tutor up a pithing needle, that plan's dead. Or if respond to this. They have like multiple sagas again, or if they get a pithing needle, the plan just falls apart. So it really is like Wrath Disguise, or Pest Control, and then like Meltdown. Damnation against 4 Metallic Rebuke. I agree. Doesn't look good. Doesn't feel good. I gotta hope they don't have it. I'd rather play the cheaper option, like playing Pest Control and knowing that I can have stuff like Mystical Dispute in the deck to help fight that is a big deal. But there's also not a lot you can do against your opponent, like having the double saga, having the Pinnacle Emissary, drawing into multiple thought cast. Triple thought cast. GG's. Fortunate that you drew thought casts instead of like Mem Knights. Infinity's basically what it was back in the day. Free win game 1, puke and get swept and lose, or puke and they don't have it and win. I'd say it's a little more than that now. Shark tokens. Like, having Metallic Rebuke now is a really big upgrade over old Affinity running like Spell Pierce. Versus Saga gives a hell of a lot more staying power than old Affinity had. Most often I decide that I'll just lose against it and ignore it. I think in like competitive settings, it's fine to say, oh, I've got a really bad time into Affinity. I'm just gonna ignore that one. I think that's perfectly fine. MIB Operative, thank you so much for the follow. Also missed follows. Oh, I missed a bunch of follows. Why not 2390 and Chez Chelios? Shay Chelios. Thank you so much for the follows. Hope y'all are having awesome afternoons. Sorry I missed. I don't know about your deck to suggest what to take out, but can I ask why no Orcish Bowmasters anywhere? You absolutely can ask why. The reasoning is basically this build, or this particular list, is taken from Yuta Takahashi, like pro Dimir player. Their top 11 challenge list that just came up the other day. They weren't running any Bowmasters, so I'm not running them in this particular build. My normal builds usually do have a couple copies. So short answer just because we're trying a list that didn't have them. The TLDR. Hey, Zach, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome afternoon as well. If you face the Dodge matchup in a tournament, can you just go, sorry, OP, I'm dodging your deck? I mean, you can say that. I can't say that they'll listen to you, but you're welcome to try. I've heard plenty of stories of people just saying stuff like, I don't find your deck fun to play against, and just like scooping the game right there. Or going and doing something else, which I think is hilarious. All right, we got the turn 1 Kappa. So they get to keep the thought monitor. Now this is the part I love. We get EE on, oh, they didn't crack the bobble? Oh no. Oh no, for you, not for me. Like they're still at 4 cards in hand. They just, what did they just have? They had Pinnacle Emissary, Ornithopter, so Drone, Bobble Drone, Opal Drone, Thought Monitor Drone. They had 6 power into play on turn 1, drew 2 cards. We wrath the board, and they still have 4 cards, or 5 cards. Off the star charts. I really need to hit the land next turn, but like star charts into the land doesn't help me because I need to hold up counterspell. I don't need to like star charts play Tameo. I want to hit the land to be able to Tameo hold up counterspell. F6, yeah, it just doesn't matter in the mind of an affinity player. Who cares? I got 38 power. Well, why did we not pitch Tameo so we can consult? I need Tameo to enable the Kaito, which is about my only way of catching back up here. And I'm never casting Consult the Star Charts to go for that land right there, because I know they have Pinnacle Emissary, and I can't beat that, like, continuing the game here. Like, I need to get this Kaito down. Trying to keep account of the untapped artifacts in case they have Kappa Cannoneer. So if they play like a 0 drop right here, I'm responding with Fatal Pushing the Ornithopter. Well then. And do a shout out to the Kaito haters. If we get to resolve the Kaito, maybe. If we resolve the Kaito and it wins us the game, then we'll talk about it. We're gonna feel really, really bad if this is... They've got something that they can haste up here. I think I need to stun this, because if I don't and they Lava Spur boots it, they're just like out racing me zeroing the Kaito. I'm just like not getting any real value off of it. If they have a Memnite, Lava Spur boots hasted up. Sucks. Yeah, if it's just this, I feel way better about that play. Could have a Metallic Rebuke. It still feels to me like they've got a Kappa in hand. Kappa and Rebuke. Talk about gross. Take the Rebuke so I can get the frog down. Got 4 artifacts to go towards this Kappa. Depending on what we draw for turn. I guess I can attack first. Well, yeah, can attack first because I might give up the Kaito to stun the Thought Monitor, depending on what we see off the frog. Now I think I'm gonna zero the Kaito, because if they hit a land, they're kind of incentivized to just tap everything for a Kappa. And if they're doing that, then they're not attacking the Kaito with Thought Monitor. I don't think stunning it really matters because I'm kind of attacking through it anyway. Bend the Cling, top the Subtlety. Go. Now we could just like flash in the Subtlety and trade with the Thought Monitor. This is why we zeroed the Kaito. Because they hit the land and they're just like heavily incentivized to just tap out for the Kappa Cannoneer. It heavily rewarded. The way you put this back on top, right? On the bottom. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not dead. Oh wait, no, we could have Kaito emblemed. Yeah. Could have Kaito emblemed. Think we're okay, but yeah, I just forgot about the Kaito emblem pre-combat. All good. I think consign is like significantly worse on the draw. But I don't know if there's anything I'd rather have. Like Stern Scolding's a little better into Thought Monitor. Is okay-ish. Big shout out to the Kaito haters. All right. Shout out to the Kaito haters. Can't believe y'all disrespecting him in the year of our Lord 2025. One machine is a 3/3 creature is so infuriating. It is. It's awful. Why can't you Stern Scolding that stupid thing? Saga on 1. Nothing else? That's the turn. Go. Leaf. Okay. Let's think about this progression. They would have Mox Opal online here. They would need another free artifact to cast like a thought cast. I'm pretty sure I'm just forcing this. Probably off the counter spell. If I have something to do early with my mana to help out. They could have a metallic rebuke. They wanted to have rebuke up on 1. So if that's a concern, I think Thoughtseize is the better play here than Dreams. Ah, yes. Blood Moon Pinnacle Emissary. What I expected. I think taking the Pinnacle Emissary there is better than taking the Blood Moon. So I'm going to be able to get the Frog down. And so even if they've got, like, land, float mana, get Mox Opal, Blood Moon next turn, I can start going all in on Frog. Did not top deck a Dismember. Bruh. Can't, like, have all of the stuff and top deck. It's not allowed. You can either have the stuff or you can top deck. Can't do both. Not cool. All right, so they got Blood Moon here. We have a Tameo. Who's gonna win? One Blood Moon. One card drawing boy. Draw. It is like bad mana leak. Save this clue. I think I'm gonna try to flip the Tameo. It's like a pretty good clock if I can get it going. Blood Moon also shuts off a very good plan of theirs against stars. It does. I'm not saying I agree with them bringing in Blood Moon. Like, you do, because the turn like 1 cheese Blood Moon is really, really good. Or like they were going for turn 2 with Saga making capabilities. So I don't hate it. This plan gets significantly worse if they've got like Pithing Needle or draw into Pithing Needle. They have Galvanic Blast. But I think if we make it through this turn cycle, okay. Okay at the moment. If it's just warp these two, that's fine. Tameo does a pretty good job of shutting down drone tokens. Right, only costs 1. That's totally a dual colored card. Heard that. I don't hate just doing that now. I could find a land. I could find like a subtlety or a force of negation. I don't get to hold up consign, but I don't know if that's the biggest deal in the world. Find subtlety. That's good enough for me. Because that means I can either subtlety a Pinnacle Emissary or subtlety a Kappa Cannoneer. both of which seem reasonable. Like to save this frog in hand in case I find the basic swamp off of Tamio. I didn't have blue mana up to consign the Convoke trigger. Had a single blue. Okay. We found our swamp. We did not find the other island. One is better than none. We've got an engineered explosive, so we could play that out just to try to take out their Mox Opal. Or they welding jar something. But either way, like, they're losing a mana source to this. So I think it's fine. But I'm gonna... Alright, opponent scoops. So I'm gonna EE on 0, but I'm gonna pop it on their upkeep. So they either have to tap down the construct or the drone token if they choose to save it so it can't kill my Tamio, or they don't really get to like get any value out of it. And then I'm just gonna play a frog and pass. So like EE on 0, play frog, pass. And I've got lethal frog in the air. I've got force of negation plus subtlety to try to stop anything they have to stop me. Blow up, box opal, drone token. They can only save one. Welding jar is gone. They have to tap down their drone if they save it. So I think we were pretty well covered on most angles there. Cameo ult good. Yeah, who would have guessed? Santa Twitter. They're on. That's where Blink is so annoying. So just energy with solitude. Esper Blink is so annoying against our list. Which blue, black, or Esper Control list do you recommend against them? So the list that I've been playing with 4 copies of Quantum Riddler. Somewhere in between one of these two. I've just been like crushing Blink with. Slot Pride. Sanatoid are not even on Jund anymore. Modern is not healing. Go in the opposite direction. Not like you to have a Goblin Bombardment. taking a lot of damage here off of our mana. On Lava Plains. What do we reveal? Draw. Revealed Sacred Foundry, Solitude, Galvanic Discharge, Plains. Didn't know about this Windswept Heath. Gotta read Shieldred's Edict twice, dude. You gotta read it like 7 times. It's so weird that they formatted it to have like back-to-back lines that's only separated by non-token. So you just see like target opponent sacrifices a creature and like, all right, cool. Easy. I can do that. You find out you can't. Or you choose the wrong one. Which I don't think I have chosen the wrong one ever, but I know I have cast it forgetting that Manifest is not a token multiple times. Not proud of that. I'm gonna hold lands in hand in case I'm able to find a frog. I will hold up a turn. For me, it's hard to keep track with all the blue-black Esper versions you've played. What do you think is the best? If you had to play a 10-round Swiss tournament tomorrow, which list would you play? I would play one of these Riddler lists. I think they've been kind of like the most consistent. I don't know if I would play Counterspell. I haven't gotten enough games in with Riddler with Counterspell to feel like super confident about that decision one way or the other. But I definitely think I would play a Riddler list. It's just been like so good into the Blink decks. Oh, come on. Entomb the Flage. I guess on the bright side is if they want to stop me from blocking, they have to discharge the Subtlety. Put Flage on top. So there is no way for me to get this frog down safely. Kind of bites. Assuming Flage is going to take out my Subtlety. All right, so Playing out a single frog. On discard 3. To find something else to get into the yard. Not look like they did. So if we can find another copy of Subtlety, a counter spell. Definitely not out of the woods, but I have to. The problem is if I play out land, oh my god. If I play out land and they go for the discharge and I have to discard 2 and then they have sack the cat token, make me discard the last. If I choose to save this frog, then I'm just like dead in the water to the flage. So I kind of want to try to force. I need something really good to go in my favor to beat this flage. So I kind of want to make the play that's got lower percentage at the moment. Like they could top deck the nuts, but give me a lot more game after that. But I definitely don't think that was a scoop spot. They had a lot of game from there. What do I know? Anyone feel like Modern is pretty plateau-like again, similar to Luris or Omnath Pal style era? It was really hard to be playing anything that's not tier 2 and up. Yeah, it does seem like a very premature concession, I agree. I think you can play more than like the tier 1, tier 2 stuff. I just think more often than not, people are kind of like, I think people are wanting to play the tier 3 decks, but not understanding or not making any concessions for making their tier 3 deck like able to have good game into current Modern. Like you could play, say, Merfolk, but you've got to understand that Merfolk is going to have a shitty time into some decks, and you need to make concessions around that. So like if you got to play Merfolk splashing white for Wrath the Skies to have good game against Affinity, that's what you have to do. You can't keep jamming like mono blue Merfolk, losing to Affinity and being like, format sucks, I can't play Merfolk. Like you can, there's just got to be Merfolk with a caveat. I think I'm going to go for the Dreams here. Blood Moon a little bit. Ocelot and the Starfield Shepherd. Bad for not subtletying now. I think I just take Ocelot. They want a Starfield Shepherd for another Ocelot. I kind of get like turn 2 off. That was not in your hand. Do with the Ajani. They put Ajani on top. Had to go for here. Fatal push the Ajani. Like, I don't think Modern is bad at the moment. I do think it's a little bit not... I think it's like a little bit stale, but I don't think it's bad. I can definitely see where people would say it feels like there's not a lot going on. I do think you can win with more than just like the tier 1 decks. But again, if you want to win with more than the tier 1 decks, you can't like say, I want to play this exact 75 and then get mad when that exact 75 doesn't win. Still have to play good cards. KG, what's up? It's feeling okay here. Okay-ish. I die to this Guide of Souls. You're running like pretty close to the 75 Yuta Takahashi ran. And he was on no Riddler, no Riddler, no Murktide. So that's what we're doing. Yeah, no Bowman either. It's definitely felt like there have been some spots where I would have really appreciated another way to win the game. Or these are kind of like, these are the spots that in the Riddler builds I've been really happy to get to, because usually at this point in the game I've got like I've got a Riddler to hard cast, or I've been like aggressively using these subtleties and able to refill my hand a little bit better. But in this build, it's kind of felt like I can't use subtlety as aggressively because I'm just not going to recoup those cards. That kind of sucks. Modern is balanced, is always super solid, but usually when the meta sort of gets pily with something like Boros setting the tone, it's hard to be anything in between. Again, I think you can play stuff that's in between. It's just you can't run like your 2017 stock Golgari deck and do well. I don't think not being able to play 2017 stock Golgari is a bad thing. Like, what's a name me a tier 3 deck that you think is pretty unplayable at the moment. Just pick some deck that you're like, oh, I can't play X in the current format. During Ideal, you couldn't play it during Ideal long before the Modern Horizon sets came out. I'm talking something that's like been pushed out by, say, Boros. Or pushed out currently. Blue Black Frogtide. Can we say Frogtide when like we've had challenge wins with other, or Frogtide players have had challenge wins and top 8s recently? Rage baiting, fair. Fair. But like, I would be willing to bet you could put together a Jund mid-range list that's pretty good in current Modern. But it's not gonna be like 4 Thoughtseize, 4 Tarmogoyf, 4 Liliana of the Veil, Huntmaster of the Fells Jund. Like, you're gonna have to make concessions for what's currently going on. When he resolved his first spell on turn 4, and I'm still hating him for it. Infect's unplayable now. I think that's another one that like hasn't been playable in a while, but I would be willing to bet. Ah. 12th place in a challenge. I guess it was like almost a month ago, but like all in the last 2 months. Again, I'm kind of under the impression that it wasn't playable before, so I'm not really shocked that it's not playable now. Rakdos hasn't been playable since MH3. Rakdos also went from playable to unplayable when Fury and Grief got banned. So I wouldn't say Rakdos is unplayable as much as I would say like the deck just dropped from tier 0 to like rest of the world. Okay. Something we can do. Gonna be like Cat Warrior plus Lage into Kaito. That's something to do. Or you could choose like trying to make Jank Affinity decks just to make it playable. Oh, trying to make Jank Merfolk decks. This is Honor Roll. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome afternoon. Appreciate you coming around and hanging out. Charge up. But I think, to me at least, it feels like when people complain about Modern being plateaued, it's more that they just feel like Modern is repetitive, which I understand. Like, there's a lot of matches against, say, Boros that feel like they go the exact same over and over and over again. So I can definitely get behind that idea. It just doesn't feel like there's a lot of variance in what happens. But yeah, like that's kind of how Modern is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a non-rotating format. So you're wanting the format to be like the same decks over and over. You want the format to be non-rotating, and you want it to be, I can play my deck forever. But then if you get upset about playing against the same decks forever, like, that's kind of questionable. Santa Twitter, what's up? Nah, nothing to be sorry about. We were talking about if Modern had felt like kind of plateaued recently, and just having that discussion going back and forth of like how similar does stuff feel over and over again. Pouring one out for old Jund. Yeah. That's probably the bulk of it, actually. It's just, man, y'all remember when Jund mid-range was good? we could just jam Jund mid-range over and over. Like you playing Boros, Reed Duke playing Boros. No, like, I get it completely. I'm not casting Death Shadows anymore. I understand the pain and the frustration of not getting to play, like, your deck. The discharge. I should have assumed that they had the discharge instead of another copy, or instead of them going for Thraben Charm. I have to just go for Cling here. If I go for the Frog, without anything, I run the risk of them just attacking in kind of same way again. I have to take the Ocelot Pride, or they deal the first strike damage and then Thraben Charm, and my frog just dies to that, even if I discard my entire hand. So I'm just not getting anywhere doing that. People also have to get over their pet cards in formats like Legacy and Modern. These are meant to be powerful formats, and sometimes cards get power crept. To an extent, yeah, I agree. I think holding on to pet cards is dangerous territory for sure. I do think that you can have I do think you can have like some amount of expectations that you should be able to keep your pet cards around in some shell. I just found another discharge. Top decking the double discharge hurt really, really bad there. For example, like, I don't think it's unreasonable to feel like I should be able to cast Death Shadow in 2025 if I set my deck up correctly to capitalize on casting it. I can't be like attached at the hip to the idea that I need to be able to cast it. But I don't think it's just unreasonable to say like I should be able to and have middling success if I want to. Zeriak coming in with the 7-month resub. Keep my pet cards around in a deck called Mill. That's fair. But I think where people get really frustrated is like the Death Shadow community wants to cast Shadow, but also wants Magic to print something to keep Shadow relevant. And it's really, really difficult for some decks to print something to keep like a really specific card like that relevant. Like, what are you going to make, or what are you going to print to make Shadow playable in Modern? And how are you going to incorporate that in a set where you're also being pressured to like print new, exciting archetypes and stuff? We're back to Counterspell. We're trying out this Yuta Takahashi League. Maybe it's less about certain cards, but the way of playing. That's fair. Like, I definitely agree that, say, mid-range is... Mid-range in the old sense is kind of... I say kind of dead. It's completely dead. We all know it's dead. I'm gonna let this resolve. We'll push here. But I can't slowly outground my opponents by throwing constructs at them turn after turn. Have you seen my affinity opponents? Because that's exactly what they do. I pest control the board and they're just like, here's second saga, third saga, fourth saga. Take that, idiot. They usually don't one-shot me, but it is absolutely go into abyss mode like turn 1, turn 2, whenever. Might have a chump blocker. I really want the third surveil land in these more like control-y Dimir variants. Well, tell you what, I don't think we're beating in a million years. Double Fable. Sync this in case I happen to run into like multiple counter spells off the top. Pack this one in. You know what I really wish I had here was some Quantum Riddlers I could be casting, or some ways to see more cards. Just like something I could do to improve the quality of my hand in the mid to late game. That would be super cool. Consult would have been good. It would have been okay. Like, we would still have to consult into finding an answer specifically for the fables, though. But we have not been seeing consult very much. If we cast star charts for 4, we did like round 1 or something. Kind of feels like that it's taking the slot of Riddlers. It absolutely is. And I would rather play Riddler. I would rather my card advantage engine actually kill my opponent if I have the choice. Like, if I'm paying 4 mana for a Consult the Star Charts when I'm at like 5 lands in play, I would almost always rather that just be hard casting a Riddler. Almost always. And I feel like there's a lot of turns that come up early. What is this key? Urza's Mine, Gemstone Caverns, 4 payoffs. So they chose to keep something on top. What would I keep on top in this situation? Would I keep a map, or would I keep an actual land like an Ugin's Labyrinth? Ugin's Labyrinth, more than likely. I need to start fighting through these cast triggers. I think I'm gonna take Devourer, cast trigger that attacks me, and I can't force of negation it. Second Tron Land or Ugin's Labyrinth. Or Eldrazi Temple. Okay, well, glad that I took the Devourer again. Devourer. Main word. Frog? Frog? Pretty good. They could have an Ugin's Labyrinth next turn, but if they do, I've got Force Negation for a Karn. It's that like slight southern accent where it's just like devour. Vexing Bauble. Let you have that. Got Counterspell up next turn, or just like hard cast Force. I think we're going to bolt in the Springs, because if they go for a Karn this next turn, I would rather hard cast Force than Counterspell. So I can have Counterspell for Sire. You love Tron just like keeping a 2-lander and ripping multiple lands that make 2 mana off the top. Kozilek's Command. Brutal series of draws. Tron players confirm. Is this how you do well with Tron? Just like get the missing pieces, call it a day. I'm gonna flip Tameo here. Am I flipping Tameo here? So, yeah. I can just like find more counter spells or forces or whatever. Flip Tameo. I can get back Thoughtseize to take Ugin. Devil. We're also like a ways off of casting Ugin, so I might be able to ult before they get there. Tron is pretty famous for top decking what they need. True. What are we doing here? I just wanted to be known they kept Gemstone Caverns, Urza's Mine. And their draws since have been Eldrazi Temple, second Eldrazi Temple, Kozilek's Command, Ugin's Labyrinth. Just so there's no uncertainty that these cards have been phenomenal off the top. Where they put Karn on the bottom, which means I have to minus Tamio and get back to Thoughtseize. I don't think I have another option. Unless, of course, I top deck a Thoughtseize. But Ugin just exiling Tamio on cast is a little bit more than I can deal with. Ugin gone, new Tamio in play. Oh. Opponent is going to add Sire of Seven Deaths back to their hand on their own upkeep. Bad Lantern is fine, don't care about that. $20 and $7, by the way. What's $20 and $7? You are? Oh, life totals. Ah. I don't pay attention to life totals against Tron. Does that? The life total. Sire back in hand. I love the little, like, I'm gonna protect this Sire from Thoughtseize. First Strike, Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Lifelink, Ward, pay 7 life. They need to scribble on can in fact be countered down here at the bottom. Throw it on there for our sake. Not uncounterable. Get it at 20 life. He has no resolve. Opponent very easily could have just played like a vanilla 3/3 and beaten us. They have everything, opponent right now. Me staring at Fatal Push and Stern Scolding in hand. Like, man, if these were real cards. Did something. Fatal Push out. I'll leave the Dreams. Spell Snare. I don't know if they're on Chalice. Could leave in Spell Snare if I find out they're on like Chalice or Talisman. Needs Flying, Death Touch, Delve, and Horsemanship. Throw on Flanking and Bushido 2, and you might have a playable Magic card. Like Poisonous 5. Okay, so before I cast one of these Thoughtseizes, I'm just going to say that if I Thoughtseize them and I'm just looking at like the most god-awful 7-card keep imaginable, like Wastes, double Ugin, Eye of the Storms, a Ulamog, something like that, I'm going to flip my shit. I'm gonna be so livid. I saw the waste and I got excited for a second, like I was joking. I say we need to play Soul Flare with Sire one time. Not Soul Flare. What's the one that gets all abilities? Is that not Soul Flare? Why is engineered explosives both in your deck and currently on the battlefield? Words of Ricky Ricardo. Lucy, you got some splaining to do. Top deck third Tron land. Time for the boys. Blues. I think we gotta consult and look for a land. They're gonna do it. I'm dead. I'm dead. It happened. Conan said, I know how I lose this game. Brought a tear to my eye. I wasn't ready. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and fire off this other Thoughtseize. Probably missing, but oh, never mind. You had a car in the Great Creator and just chose not to cast it. Error. Force spike. Cast or play Ugin's Labyrinth. Ugin's Labyrinth trigger on the stack. Kozilek's command to try to find a 7-drop to put under the Ugin's Labyrinth. Holy shit, I've never seen that before. That's kind of freaking hot. That's actually so sick. Hold up. I don't really know how I feel about a Tron player making a good line, but still. We'll pass through this turn. I can hold up Counterspell here and then go for like Ninjutsu Kaito plus Counterspell next turn. Brawn is assembled. We're fine with him having 2 billion mana now, as long as I have like a clock and card advantage. Scoop lag! Scoop lag! Alright, so... I guess it would help if we went back to the right list. Hold on, hold that thought. So, what did we think about that league? I think that it really, really sucks to kind of stabilize to any extent and not have a way to take advantage of that, which is what I feel like is happening with this current list. Like, you answer a few things early, and then you just have no way of, like, getting back into a dominant position. Like, the early thought seizes and dreams and stuff were really, really good. But Consult being 4 mana to, like, not do anything on its own, 4 mana to find an answer, hopefully, didn't feel that great. Felt like things were moving a little too fast for Consult to really be relevant. Was cool. I feel like if you wanted to go I think if you wanted to go the Consult route, I would go up on the pitch spells the same way as Riddler, but then you get into that direct 1v1 like Consult to Riddler comparison, and I think Riddler just does more. Like, pairs a lot better with Psychic Frog, pairs a lot better with Tameo clues, whatnot. Actually attacks. Attacking kind of important. Bling didn't do anything for us. Dreams was good. Spell Snare. We saw Boros twice, but Spell Snare obviously looks better into Goblin Bombardment. But then both of them look atrocious into Fable of the Mirror Breaker. But having Stern Scolding for, like, Guide, Pride. Spyro. Didn't really see Spyro, though. It's all Starfield Shepherd. Stern Scolding hits that. It's all Solitude out of Sanatoider's list. So, yeah, I'm giving the edge to Stern Scolding still. Shieldred's Edict was fine. But, like, every time we had Shieldred's Edict, we could have had a Shoot the Sheriff and done the exact same thing. But I don't think there's, like, some big gap between Shieldred's Edict and Shoot the Sheriff. I would have liked to see another Kaito, but you probably have to have more Bowmasters to run more Kaitos. What's up next? Do we want to play another Riddler League? Like, I need to try out Riddler and Counterspell a little bit more, because, like, Counterspell was pretty okay for us that league. Wasn't great into Affinity, but was solid into Boros, really good into Drawn. Just preordain. Don't we all? Daybreak account. Things I make, things I create because of the jokes I make. Let's see what kind of monstrosities Ariok has created. Damn it, Sire of Seven Deaths. I don't know, it was BFG that was playing like Grixis Reanimator with Sire recently, right? Third color just feels necessary for the sweeper, either white for pest control or red for pyroclasm. I agree. Like if I am registering an event or registering a deck for an event right now, I am not registering anything that doesn't have a way to mass sweep like artifacts. So pest control, meltdown. I don't think pyroclasm. I think pest control gets so much more mileage than pyroclasm. I would just rather run the pyroclasms, or rather run the pest controls. Hey man, hope you're having a good stream in a day. So I'll be playing at the RC at Antwerp this November. Just wondering if you're offering any form of coaching. So TBD on that. I've been meaning to set up a coaching channel for like a few months now. We kind of started with the idea on the Control for Days Patreon, and I did not get it started up, and I need to go back and revisit that. But it's something I'm planning to do in the future. I don't know on a time frame. I don't want to be like, oh yeah, totally. At the moment, I don't have like rates set up. I don't have expectations set up or anything. Is there any way we can get away with no Thoughtseize if we're on all of this? That a terrible idea? No Thoughtseize in the main. Or Force Subtlety, Counterspell, Kaito. Cameo. Yay or nay? Are we just like burning the pot, cooking this, or there's some amount of legs. A lot of 4-ofs. Is there an argument for Hidetsugu consumes all as something that you can pick up with Kaito after it flips? Probably a little slow for what I want. I feel like 4 Rizzlers, so many. Yeah, but when you have 8 ways to pitch them, 12 if you count the frogs. They just replace themselves. So, like, you're not stuck with a bunch of Riddlers in hand. You can always just warp one out, replace it with something else. The same way you have, like, the pest control argument, but pest control and unearth and all those don't pitch to your evoke spells. Not that I'm so attached to the plan that I don't think we can't just play like 2 copies of Bowmasters. Classic pitches to Force of Will. It's a little more than that. Like, you've got a lot more pitch options here than you do just like a Force of Will deck. By scolding over Snare Main, I think Snare is awful right now. Best way I can answer that: scolding hits Solitude, Guide, Pride. It's Starfield Shepherd, hits Seasoned Pyromancer. Go to maybe like 3 Thoughtseize and a Dream sideboard. Oh, wait, no, we were trying out Rest in Peace. That's right. Hit that one. They want max season 3 Kaitos, bring 1 to 2 Merc into close. Joshing or Blue Gamers. If they're into that. Spell Pierce outdated. I wouldn't say it's outdated. It's just, why like pay mana for Spell Pierce when you can pay no mana for Force of Negation and not have to worry about like getting to late game and they can just pay for the thing? Let's roll with this, and we're going to keep an eye on how often we want Quantum Riddler and don't see one. See if 3 feels better than 4. Ovenize up here with double the trophy number of number 2. A lot of trophies. Nice. Turn 1 Tameo, turn 2 Bowmaster or Subtlety. Bowmaster or Counterspell. Free spells are OP, especially if you can play free spells with the ability to like recoup the loss. So anything that has ever played Stitcher Supplier in Modern, I don't want to see. I absolutely hate everything this card stands for. Like unfair grave shenanigans deck. Never want to play against a Stitcher Supplier deck. Help if I updated Moxfield, wouldn't it? Xeriox Moxfield off my page. More unfair than Hogak. You know, there are people out there that are still like convinced Hogak would be fine now. Like, oh, Hogak was problematic in 2019 or 2018, whenever. It's fine now. What is it even doing? Yeah, it looks like Crab Vine. Probably just counterspelling this. Crabs go crazy in Crab Vine. The name. Agatha's Soul Cauldron, Ulamog the Defiler. Pablo, you gotta put exclamation deck or exclamation deck list. Those are the only ones I have set up. Okay, so Agatha's Soul Cauldron slash Ulamog the Defiler is kind of terrifying. That one. Not against some amount of unfair shenanigans. Shenaniganry. So what is having Ulamog the Defiler in the deck? Does this just like mean that they're on Gorios, or there's some other reason to have this that I don't know about? Like, this doesn't combo with Soul Cauldron in any way. I pray to God they're not hard casting this against me, but that, my friends, is an abhorrent Oculus being hard cast. I have no idea what's going on. Literal none. OP's on another level. Same. Like, I am beyond lost as to what the big payoff is here. I don't know if this is just like Dimir cards I own. I guess like an Emperor Ulamog, that makes sense. That's probably the answer we're looking for. Did you put Emperor on top of their library? Bruh! What the fuck? I was not prepared. Earned to be blue-black cards I own, right? So 1, 2, and a... I don't want to keep my land around. I think I might just ditch my 3 clues, or my 2 clues in a land. Doesn't have trample, right? Please don't consign this. Okay. God. Now, I know that they put the Emperor of Bones on top. But the Emperor of Bones looks a lot less scary without an Ulamog in the yard. So I think I'm just ticking up Tameo instead of minusing for the counter spell. But I can also just Quantum Riddler first to see if I hit anything crazy. I would much rather tick up Tameo. And see, like, this is where Quantum Riddler looks so much better to me than most everything else. Like, 2 mana, draw 2, instead of Star Charts being 4 mana, draw 2. Then if the game were to continue, we could just like hard cast a Quantum Riddler. Right, I will let you exile the frog, and I want to wait for you to pay mana into this Emperor of Bones. Then I'll respond with shoot the sheriff. Kill it. They can't attack with the suppliers. Untap Old Tamio. Blah, 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 blah. Rest in peace. Thoughtseize and Dreams of Steel and Oil. I think I want pest control for Stitcher Supplier. Still a crab, though. Kaito's probably not getting through very easily. Couple forces. If you have like 6 or 7 mana and 1 card in a Riddler, would you warp it or would you just cast it? Probably just cast it at that point. Assuming it's like 1 card in hand, draw Riddler for turn. I'm probably just casting it because if I draw a land, play that out, and then hit anything interactive, that I'm just at draw 2 with the Riddler the next turn and have a 4/6 in play. Bad. There's the second coming of Frog we've been waiting for. I think it's a step down from Frog, but it's still really, really good. I think Frog just does like everything you could possibly want in one Magic card. Like, oh, you want a card that draws cards, gets bigger as the game goes on, has evasion, aggressively costed, can blank a decent amount of removal. Enables a lot of lines, like enables a lot of strategies. Discard. Spell Pierce. Who asked if Spell Pierce was pushed out of Modern earlier? Clearly not. Frog, 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 frog. Riddler, 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 Riddler. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not a force, not a force. You got nothing. Got something. Well, I guess by all technicalities, we're not dead here. I assume they've got some pretty sick lines of... Oh, really? Do you not just, like, draw a bunch there and set up, like, your discards? I don't even know if you have to draw 14, but just, like, draw 7... filter just into the perfect hand. Set up your graveyard, set up your hand. Depends on the first 7, but like there's no way that your first 7 could be so incredibly perfect that seeing 7 more cards almost for free isn't worth it, right? I'm just thinking like that 7 would have to be like Spell Pierce. I don't know if they run Thoughtseize or not. Like Spell Pierce, Goryo's, second Goryo's, Unearth in this case, another land. And even then, you're like putting a lot of eggs in the Goryo's basket, right? Like if I have a way to exile the yard, then that Goryo's isn't doing a whole lot. Ah. Next level magicking us. That's quite possible. I wonder if they have Force of Negation. Really, they're not running like both Spell Snare and Force of Negation, right? Or Spell Pierce and Force of Negation. Cauldron, Frog, Grist, Ulamog. So they missed the second land, but they had the Spell Pierce. Yeah. Rest in peace. They do be piercing things. They clearly do not be piercing things. Or else they would have pierced that. Appland kind of sucks here. slam 2-drops and win. Frog rip, what a deck. If I could make a deck that was just like my entire game plan is Thoughtseize into 2-drop that just auto wind. Auto 1. Build. Opt to get a frog down. I could hold up Stern Scolding here, but I don't have any like guarantee that I'm gonna hit something. Boros. Card has been kept on top. Not Boros. Yeah, see, this would have been a god-awful turn to hold up Spell or Stern Scolding. I would have gotten clapped. Probably don't want that, right? Double frog, I'm probably not picking up. On third land pass. Third land pass, third land pass, third land pass. I didn't really mean that land. Kind of hoping more for like mountain. And that didn't buff this construct token. Gonna jump frog number A. See if opponent wants to block frog number B. Discard to save frog. They could have something like the protection spell. And white. Something, or make yourself hexproof indestructible. Valve Blast. It's just like Red, white, Quarry Steel. Gimmick, just red, white artifacts. What do I think about the Grixis Reanimator deck that's been running around? We tried it on stream on Monday, and it was absolutely awful for me. And then I ran into it in the challenge on Tuesday twice, won one, and then the second one was just like mono reanimate spells. So just every time I killed something, they had an unearth or had a persist, and it looked pretty good. So I don't really have a great answer one way or the other. Nice. Fatal pushing this now. Thing on board. All the namesake and it's good, I guess. It's usually how those work. Or like if your opponent just I do think Grave Hate is at a very, very, very low point right now. So I'm not surprised that there's like a graveyard centric deck doing well. But ultimately, like if people decide that's not something they want to lose to, I think it's a lot easier to navigate around that. Like anybody can just go throw Soul Guide Lanterns into their deck and be pretty good against the Reanimate deck. Someone who plays a decent amount of Living End, I can tell you that it's not a bad time to be a graveyard deck. I agree. Pretty solid right now. N.M. Johnson, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. I hope you're having an awesome afternoon. Welcome to the Stubscribers. Enjoy access to all of our sweet custom emotes. So you draw enough copies of Psychic Frog and the game gets a lot easier. Gonna put Thoughtseize down here in the maybe pile. I don't feel like I saw enough to really know like what I should be targeting here. Like I don't know if Stern Scolding is completely dead. I don't know if Subtlety is just kind of mid to bad. Masters doesn't seem thrilling. On the draw. Jens, I will drop the link for you real quick. For whatever reason, the deck command doesn't work on YouTube, but here is the link for you. Death Dragon coming in with the Twitch Prime sub. Thank you so much. Welcome to the subscribers. You're having an awesome afternoon. Draw pest control. Yeah. Draw pest control counter 1. Add like an exclamation pest control counter. Esper Sentinel. Tomato. Yeah, no problem. Weezus Saga. We're just gonna take this in case it's attack Galv Blast. Not super attached to that 1 point of life. Outclassed Esper Sentinel looks today amazing. Attacking. I feel like I'm not attacking here. Yes, I could. Taking one again. I want to just find lands. Lands equal good, no lands equal... There's probably a pretty free block here because I can't imagine them Galv blasting Tameo instead of a construct token. Good. Are we going for a dreams? Opponent has got a reprieve. Breathe could be annoying. Plus another saga. Definitely not going to be able to slow roll this pest control very well. At all. Not hitting the land. Also really, really bad for me. I think I have to just crack the clue here. Because anything I cast, they just reprieve and I don't get any closer But if I crack the clue and find like a fatal push or another land to be able to pest control, they reprieve it, pest control again, gives me like a shot. At least at the moment, this is only 11 if they make a construct main phase. Going for a force on that. Come on, use your reprieve. You know you want to. Or just main phase, make a construct. I don't want to cast the pest control and show them that that's in my sideboard. So even if there's like a chance that they don't reprieve, which I don't know why they wouldn't, I think it's worth more to go to a game 3 where I have a better chance of that plan working. Bowmaster looks a lot better now that I know they have Esper Sentinel. Drop all the Tamios. Okay. Pretty good hand on the play. Pretty good hand on the play. Opponent's on a mulligan. I go ahead and control this, or Stern's holding this. Frog. Artisade. Okay. Well, they know about this first pest control. So I'm pretty inclined to just cast it and take out the Sigarda's aid. Like, take the 1-for-1 trade with that, save the second one. Going to. Like, if I don't, they just don't commit into the first one, which I guess if then they don't commit, it makes Fatal Push and Strategic Betrayal a lot better. But okay with this. Straight up. If they want to make a construct and block, I'll take the free get a blocker off the board, or get a creature off the board. Good. Forces, not so much. Get an opal. Go. Attempt a Fatal Push. Force this. Oh, we can attack in like normal again. Music is in fact banging. Hit with the frog, see what we draw. Try to see if I can get him to commit into this second pest control. Doesn't sound like Xanarkand. It's just Xanarkand on like Route 201 or something, and enter. I think this is like the bicycling path theme. Bit of an awkward spot for a thoughts. Not having the double black. Okay, so option number one. I can go for strategic betrayal. That way, if I attack in with Kaito, they can't make a construct that eats my Kaito. I think I lead with preordain regardless, because like I'm not double spelling. Altsies. Like, I don't have to do anything crazy this turn. Really, I just have to survive next turn. If I do that, then... okay-ish. Float mana, crack the bauble. Not about to just go ahead and make a construct, are they? I assume if they had a Surge of Salvation, they'd be casting it here. Because doesn't that give player protection as well? Breathe Thoughtseize. We'll go up on Kaito. Make it a 4/5. I guess I could have just attacked in anyway. I didn't have to tick up Kaito. Maybe it makes them overcommit towards killing Kaito. Or if they make a construct and chump here, I am ecstatic. Pick a dude. We're all in on throwing this frog under the bus. We race a paladin hammer plus spear after a pest. It depends on what they play out or hold back. Like if they get a shadow spear here, I'm pretty happy about that. Obviously, if they equip it up, I'm even more happy. If they go after Kaito, I'm happier still. So, like, this is all God tier for me right here. And now I think I just go pest control, hold up, counter spell. Unless I hit an untapped land. Guess we can, because I can always play the sync. Hammer, hammer, Quarry Steel, Soul Guide. That's fine. Seeing the board disappear after Pest Controller Wrath the Skies is the best feeling. Yeah, it kind of is, isn't it? Hammer down. Alright, so Mox Opal was their unknown, so the last card's another hammer. Entering combat. I feel okay. Even strategic betrayal, a sanctifier on Vec. God. We're gonna get Veil of Summered. How do we lose Veil of Summer? How we lose. Full Galv Blast. Ooh. Red white hammer. Turn clock engage. I mean, it's better than a 20 turn clock, right? We could have sped it up if we wanted. Wonder what the green was for. Or GG's. Yeah, as soon as you saw the first pest control off the bauble, I was like, all right, I'm firing this off ASAP and hoping he doesn't just play around the second one that I already had in hand. But I don't think you could do anything to play around it. You kind of like had to commit to some sagas. What's the green for? Don't mind me asking. Haywire Might. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, like, I was not expecting Reprieve game 2 and ended up getting stuck with 3 lands with just like 5 2-drops in hand and could not beat that Reprieve. Like, I had a pest control, decided not to cast it to save it for game 3, just to like not show it. And that Reprieve was looking so good. Like, I couldn't frog into it. I couldn't pest control into it. I wanted to hold up a counter spell for a turn. Couldn't do that. Where were you? Reeves a house of a card. I'm always shocked that more people don't play that card in your non-blue deck. Really good out to Wrath and Pest Control. Is it even that weird? Like, it's just solid to cast, right? You have the Natty. Okay. What am I most afraid of here? Yeah, I'm sure with like Saga constructs and stuff, that one turn is all you need a lot of the time. It's like a time walk there. Time walk, draw a card. I think I hold up Counterspell this turn instead of going for another frog. Hope that the payoff is like a Sire and not an Ugin. Blue mages don't play Remand. I assume Reprieve is in the same boat. Well, the blue mages have Counterspell. Like, we just have the actual factual hard answer. But for like the non-Counterspell having decks, Reprieve is a really good way to stop combo for a turn. I know they showed Devour, but there's like no guarantee that's what they're doing, right? The only way you win game one against Tron is if you're able to start pushing them into like cast trigger Eldrazi or non-cast trigger payoffs. Like, hope I can counterspell Thought Not Seer here, and then they follow up with like a Kozilek's command right here. I draw into a Thoughtseize, flip Tameo, something like that. Or play a Karn. Step 1. 2 is we find like another counter spell, Thoughtseize, flip Tameo. I mean, you have to, right? You have to take the Riddler here. I could ditch the Polluted Delta looking for a Force Negation or Subtlety. I guess I don't have Thoughtseizes in the main for that. Tomato. First time wishing that was a merc. Am I wishing that was a merc? It's like Quantum Riddler gives me a chance of drawing out of that if I find an answer. Murktide just doesn't. Murktide is just at the mercy of whatever they put on the battlefield. Come on, Kozilek's command for all of your mana. Kozilek's command for all of it. You can do it. Why do you get to have tutorable cast trigger destroy something cards? You already get 8 of them in the main if you want, with 4 copies of Ugin and 4 copies of Devourer. Why do you also get ones that you can tutor up out of the board? Too much. No moss. Subtlety. Okay, not great. Bowman, okay, not great. Tameo? I don't think I'm ever cutting Tameo on the play. Like, Tameo on the play is just how I get to, like, quick Kaito or flip it, buy back, consign. Does too much. Though I will say, I think I want to preordain here instead of Tameo, so I can give myself a chance of drawing into Force of Negation. Do. Arn, waste all his dust. No second land from opponent. Hold up. I think it's high time we get a Torpor Orb for cast triggers. I had a Torpor Orb for cast triggers a while ago. All right, Quantum Riddler. I need you to show me something, buddy. I need you to show me something. Pretty okay, right? Pretty okay, Quantum Riddler. We're acceptable with how that played out. We think Quantum Riddler's acceptable, right? Yeah, please. Somebody back me up on this. Somebody. Could have been a Murktide. Instead, opponent's dead. Flip it, throw it on YouTube. Could make a short out of that. Drawing cards is bad though, right? Didn't look that bad to me. My leagues lately, this Eldrazi Tron deck has been the run killer. We beat it last league. It can definitely be annoying if you're not prepared, and I feel like a good chunk of the Dimir decks have been cutting down on Harbinger. I'm still like multiple Harbinger in the sideboard. Okay. I'm gonna keep it. I know there's a good chance we lose this game, but for science, we're keeping it. Like, what do you want more out of a hand? I've got win conditions. I got ways to draw more cards. I've got free interaction. I clearly knew my second land was coming off the top. Ready for this? Do you smell what the rock is cooking here? Are your senses engaged with what's happening? Kids these days don't know about the good. Dude, get out of here. We're just naturally hitting the missing Tron lands. Magic in 2025 is such a miserable experience. Like, we got to have such a cool series of plays there. We double forced just Tron things. Channeling my inner Yama rage. I don't know, like, to me, Tron and blue-white control are these two decks that, like, if you don't just draw god tier perfects, the deck is kind of terrible. Just my 2 cents. Like, did they have... They didn't have the map on 1. Those Phyrexian Metamorph in your deck for? They didn't have the map on one. Or did we force a map? Yeah, we forced a vexing bauble and... Could you have cut subtlety there for 2 cards? Like, what? Subtleties for pest controls? No, you can't subtlety Kozilek's command. Even if you can double pitch, oh no, you can't. Blue-white control and I'm offended. If you're a blue-white control player, you should know that what I say is the truth. Like, blue-white control has to run hot to win. And it's the same thing with Tron. Like, so many of the cards are very, very mid, unless you're just running really, really well. Like, if you draw triple Kozilek's command, hit the missing Tron land, then yeah, the deck looks quite a bit better. If they don't blind draw the 4 outer in the 50 cards or so remaining in their deck, and it couldn't be a map because we had spells covered, it had to naturally be drawing the land, then they're still like not doing anything that game. Did you story time? Did you redeem? And did? Not showing up on mine. Okay. Don't know why it's not showing up that you redeemed there. Give me a beef. And click through combat. Could be swag reveal. I don't think I really have anything exciting swag wise at the moment. Well, I was busy thinking about the reveal. Story. Put Pinnacle Emissary on top. All right. So story. Did we tell this? I know I've told it in the Discord, the story of the salty amulet player from Indianapolis. We told that story on stream. So to the SCG Con in Indianapolis. Played through round or day one, ended up like 7-2 or something day one. Either way, qualified for day two. Day two starts off, and the very first round I play against Amulet Titan, and like day two is open deck list. Play against Amulet Titan, and the entire time, or the first round against Amulet Titan was fine. My opponent was like a little salty, but not over the top or anything. I played against another Amulet Titan player immediately after, and I'm on Oculus, they're on Amulet, it's open deck list. As soon as I sit down, they kind of give like a sigh, just like I get it, it's a bad matchup. You don't want to come out to Indianapolis and run into a bad matchup. I understand the frustration. But like, I'm not gonna try to be a dick about it to my opponent or anything like that. And we start playing game one, and I think they were on the play. Yeah, they were on the play. I'm on the draw. Turn three, they have a plan to like, what was it? It was like play out a Lotus Field, float 3 mana off an Amulet, sack 2 lands, Arboreal Grazer, put in a second Lotus Field, sack off all of their mana to make 6 to cast a Titan. And as soon as they do, they say something like, you got it. And I'm just kind of like, yeah, and cast the counterspell on the Titan. And they just start going like, they always fucking have it. Every fucking time the Dimir players fucking got it. And I'm just like, I mean, I guess, sure. So we're going to sideboarding. Am I Quantum Riddlering here? I think I am. I like Quantum Riddler a little bit more here because if I hit a land, I can just hard cast it next turn. I have Metallic Rebuke. Sure. Wild Man coming in with the raid. Thank you so much. We're in the middle of talking about my salty Amulet Titan opponent. Hope you had an awesome stream. Welcome everybody. So, playing against the Amulet Titan player, got the counter spell. They have to sack all their lands off, get the Titan counter, blah, blah, blah. And they're just going off like they always fucking have it every time. And I'm just like, man, I don't know what to tell you here. I'm sorry that you feel that way, but kind of not my problem. Go to game two, and it's like I force a negation, an amulet, counterspell, spelunking, drop a harbinger on 3, and my opponent just goes off like, your deck's fucking trash, this entire format's fucking trash, nobody fucking plays Frog, it's such a fucking shit deck, why would you drive out here and play this shit? And I'm just like, dude, I don't know what to tell you. Here's the result. You can confirm it if you want. And I just like leave the table, go off. I think somebody stopped me right after the match and was just like, I don't know what your opponent's problem was. They were just absolutely unhinged. I was like, they were upset. Can't do much about it, whatever. But either way, the best part about it is after all this is done and my opponent's like salted off to me and this other like random person from the Discord has said something, I start getting text messages from people that are like, yeah, there's someone salting off in the Amulet Titan Discord. Because like I had shared the story on my Discord and somebody was like, oh, there's somebody salting off in the Amulet Titan Discord. It was my opponent from that last round just like blowing up about our match. all I could think was like, man, first off, it's a game of magic. It's not that serious that you got to be like emotionally distraught over this. Just wild to listen to it all go down. So yeah, there's my Salty Amulet Titan player story. The Wendy's. That's cool and all, but I really, 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 really need this Tameo to go the distance. Like, to the point that I might just sink into stupor this Thought Monitor into turn, even though it gives them an extra draw to, it makes sure that I can Tameo ult. Guess not. I guess the turns that I save by not giving them more draws. I don't know how that really maths out. I think I'm just like 100% sink into stuporing this Thought Monitor. Metallic Rebuke. Okay. I'm not gonna pay for this. This could just end up tapping them out completely, depending on what they strap up the boots to. Bottom jeans. I forgot it gave ward. Okay. We'll figure it out. Why not bounce? Because I forgot it had ward. I could also just like fatal push this minus Tameo on shoot the sheriff. I'm gonna do that actually. Hold up, sink into stupor. Okay. Cameo. Can even rebuy a shoot to take out a Kappa Cannoneer now. Maybe stop drawing lands. Sweet. have zero idea what they could be drawing. Faults for fetching on deck thinning over revolt. So I actually don't want to fetch to deck thin because that's less draws that I get off of Tamiyo. If they have Metallic Rebuke here, I could untap Strategic Betrayal. Okay. I believe this game is over. Got subtleties, we got frogs, counter spells, whatever. Frog, play a turn, doesn't really matter. Pass. Hit him with the GLHF. The score thing, yeah, the score thing he doesn't show on the Daybreak account. It works. Oh, gonna work. Ah, got there. Here on the draw. Not a big fan of consign on the draw. I think it's a lot better on the play. Oh, counter restarting. Just finally got the pest control counter up past 0 for the first time in the last like 4 leagues, and you're already restarting it on me. Damn it. Have one either. Did anyone have issues logging into MTGO today? Apparently there was some sort of like unscheduled downtime. I don't know what the issue was, but I heard a bunch of people having problems. This hand is... This hand's dicey. So if they have just like a turn 1 pop off, hand's bad. Can't really do much about that. But if they have not a turn 1 Pinnacle Emissary and wait until turn 2, I can Fatal Push it. Missed the end of the previous league. What was your thought after no Murktide, Riddler, Bowman? There were just a lot of turns I felt like I could not do anything. Like I didn't have card advantage. I didn't have I didn't have a clock. So I was not a fan of Zero Riddler and Zero Murktide. Hold up. Hold up, brethren. On the deck. Wow, you expect 2 copies of Kaito to just actually win you every game? Ah, stupid cannoneer. Get out of here. On thought. I don't like what Affinity has become these days. It's definitely different. Definitely different. I wonder if my opponent's got the card Metallic Rebuke in hand. Hmm. So they got Metallic Rebuke in hand. They've got a Pinnacle Emissary in Warp. Have a response. I think you said new Affinity feels like Neo form now. Take. Not opposed to the take. Emissary number 2. I am going to respond to this with life. Fatal Push, the Pinnacle Emissary. It'll name Cameo. Really like the blue-white Urza build or the 8 cast, but now we're slamming Kappas on turn 1 or turn 2. I don't like it. I mean, seems pretty good. I understand not being the biggest fan of it, but works. Fortunately. Alright, so I can never flip this Tameo. Or I guess I could like sink into Stupor and flip it if I wanted. Really thinking they were going to go for a triple block. Guess it's like kind of free on their end. All right, now top deck a Thought Cast. I will let you resolve a Thought Cast here. Only like this turn, no others. Let's cast a frog. See what they do. They can't block? Nope. Oh my god, I never knew that. Huh. Okay. Good to know. Let you counter the frog. Yeah, I did not know that was a line of text on there. I thought it was just like 1/1 flyers. That was it. Huh. I wonder if I've misplayed because of that. This list is Esper Riddler with counter spells in for Thoughtseize, basically. Pretty much, yeah. Pest control. Thank you. I'm gonna play it this way so I can like crack a couple clues and then get the pest control. Or are we waiting? Guess we're waiting now. Fine. Good. I don't think I need to fire off pest control. These drone tokens. I remember I can't attack in next turn. That's a really good draw. That protects me from construct token plus lava spur boots. They go that route. Save the preordained for after I pest control. Got Opal. Opie Mopal. Knight. Watch opponent rip another saga. They could. And if that's the case, then I'm going to go ahead and pest control and just try to like preordain to find another one. I love this so much. I love this. You get that Tormod's Crypt. You know what it does? Jack shit. Not a thing. That's what it does. Guy lives rent-free. Yeah. I got no yard. It's really unfortunate for you, boy. I think I value this blue token a little bit more. Really want to hit a land drop. And technically a little bit better. Bottom U, top U. See what's up. Taking Springleaf Drum here. Matter, play a land, play pest control. Pest control, go Bert. Who says Affinity's a tough matchup? We never said that. 7 tomato. Pour one out for the tomato homie. Cameo like never did anything but attack and make clues and still gained us like 7 cards that game. We're in the blind on the play. Like JRPG music. The Man with the Machine from Final Fantasy Distant Worlds 2. Or was this Distant Worlds 2, more music from Final Fantasy? But I don't recognize this song. Like a spin-off. Find a Tameo here. This could just be like turn 2 frog, turn 3 Cameo, preordained frog hit, flip it. Or we can Bowmaster to shoot down this cat token. See if they want to flip the Ajani. Get my tap land into play. Prepare for this incoming Flage. Flage Titan of something. Voice of Victory, Static Prison. Fury, is that the Flage full name? Titan of Fury, Titan of Storm's Fury, something like that. I do like Stern Scolding as a magic card. I don't think I want it right here, though. I think I would rather find, like, a subtlety counterspell. Let's see. What's Flage's name? Flage Titan of Fire's Fury. Like Uro Titan of Storm's Wrath, Flage Titan of Fire's Fury, and Kroxa Titan of like, Death's Hunger. Is it crazy to say that I think like the Ajani interactions are probably the most annoying part of this deck to me? Like between Ajani, Goblin Bombardment, or just multiple Ajanis. Go discard the Polluted Delta. Back into the Ajani. Was there a better line? Could I have attacked in, flown the frog, attacked into the Ajani, then jutsu'd the Kaito? No. Well, yeah, I could have played the land second main phase, played the frog. I don't know if that would have been better. Would have been down a draw, I guess. Probably fine. And I think I'm gonna zero Kaito instead of ticking up, so I can try to find a land for this push. Oh, but I didn't deal damage to them. Damn it. All right, it's fine. It's fine. Very weak defending walkers. Well, I mean, Tamio's like making it really awkward to attack in. You're not making much headway. Ranger Captain of Eos. Cards do have text. Okay, so what am I doing here? I know they have an Ocelot Pride in hand. They kind of need like a Flage pretty badly. Stop this Tamio ult. I could Kaito stun the Ranger Captain and just pass. Or Kaito tick up. I would have to gang block. Back in with Frog. I feel like the answer is almost always just attack in with Frog. When in doubt, attack in with a Psychic Frog. On you. Already ticked up Tamio. They go. Now if they go for like... You gotta decide if they want to sack off this Ranger Captain. They don't care about just Ocelot Pride. And if they do sack off the Ranger Captain... What am I like that afraid of here? Let's just sack into Guide Pride. Okay, so they can pump up a cat token. No, because they don't get the extra counter until end of turn, so they can't pump up a cat token. So they're just dead. I've got Tamio ult, draw, yes, amount of cards. Would like to fly my Psychic Frog. No blocks, you say. That's a questionable approach. One. I'm just gonna hold up Counterspell because like the only thing that could get me here is Evoked Solitude. As long as I have Counterspell up, that's covered. That 14, 15, 16. 2025 Splinter Twin. Good. We have Splinter Twin at home. Do you think you ever board in Rest in Peace against Boros? I feel like it's not high up on my list that I actively want in. But I could absolutely see a world where you say, like, I've got most of the small derpy stuff covered, and the only thing I care about answering with that spot is Flage, and maybe board out, like, a Kaito for a rip. We'll give it a shot. What are we here for if we're not trying stuff out? I'm not like thrilled about it, but I'm also not thrilled about Kaito post board. I really thought that was the rest in peace, and I was going to be like really, really sad that this hand just didn't do anything but had the rest in peace. Not doing anything with the pest control looks a lot better. Pest control drawn all matches. Magic is easy. Just draw the card that you put like 17 copies in from your sideboard every single game. We're about to get just curb stomped by this Ajani. Kevin, what's up? Please no Ajani, please no Ajani, please no Ajani. Agioli. This line makes like 0 sense to me, because if you play out a Ragavan without dashing it here, there is no world that I'm ever countering it. So like if you're slow rolling the Ajani for fear of me having a spell snare or something, I just find it really hard to believe the correct play is to roll out a Ragavan first. Maybe I'm wrong, but doesn't really seem like the game plan. Or like it doesn't feel like you need to be slow rolling around a Ragavan. Quit, you coward. Think I care about these cards? They mean nothing to me. Dead in my eyes. So if I force this, they just sack a couple dudes and ping off the frog anyway. But like, forcing that doesn't do anything, right? Because they can just sack off like Rag Cat and kill the frog. Put me down to 6. Yeah, pest control does kill the prison. I could have had some better fetching earlier and saved a little bit of life. But hopefully we can, like, subtlety or force something here. Untap, Quantum Riddler, draw enough cards for Frog to be able to take out the Ajani. And that might kind of reset us a little bit. Guess not if they're just going straight for the sack. So if I discard 3, this is 1, 2, 3, Frog would. No, because I would have to discard the 3rd card, and in response, they could just kill my frog. Ragavan too. All right. Dude, why are we doing all of this cat nonsense? Just static prison the frog and move on. Like, it ends up being basically the exact same scenario, whether they want to static prison before the force or after. But you just, like, used up a Thraben charm for nothing. A Johnny minus for nothing. Party. I don't love the rest in peace, but I don't think I would play anything else in that spot. We go up on force and negations now that they've shown me like multiple static prisons. Drop a Tameo. Multiple static prisons, Thraben charms. Pablo, I need the voice of reason. on the play. Got free spells and redraws. All right, well, when I get an unkeepable 6, we know who to blame. Like, I could have had the same hand, but 7 cards instead of 6. Normally, I would have kept that 7. Because that 7 to me was, I've got a Surveil land on the play, so I don't have to take, like, turn 1 off. I've got multiple 2-mana cantrips. I've got 3 free spells. Like, that hand kind of had everything I wanted. Except lands. I had multiple looks. Not even chat, it's like Pablo specifically, because he's giving me so much shit for keeping 1-landers. Being Pablo, indeed. Not wanting me to have success. Afraid of what I'll become. I'm gonna hold up discarding 2 to the frog to save it from a discharge. Or a flay GTB. Please be a flage. Please be a flage. Sure, that's fine. A flage, but you know. Nowadays. Fatal Push Guide. Midleroni. Discard. Discard. Yeah. 2. It looked a lot better if I had played that land the turn before. Okay. No flage. Sweet. Over at Tameo. Kind of annoying, not the end of the world. I would be thrilled if this is just like hard cast Flage to put it in the yard to escape it next turn. Or you have Celestial Purge. Got Celestial. And chooses not to play the Tameo. I probably should have just kept that force on top because it was like a bad Ragavan hit. Ragavan Showdown. Voice of Victory. Blood Moon. A Johnny. Need to draw like a subtlety here. Philip, what's up? I guess if I get to Blood or Force of Blood Moon, that would be pretty hot. I would assume if they're going to go for Blood Moon, they'd go for Voice first. What are we doing? Going for the Blood Moon first. Take this opportunity to... I don't know why they wouldn't just go for the Voice of Victory first. I guess they just weren't playing around Blood Moon, playing around Force Negation. Okay. Draw 2 off of this Quantum Riddler. So we Fatal Push the Voice of Victory. Hold up the Subtlety. Pass. Not attacking. They attack with Ragavan. I am flashing in this subtlety trade. They attack with both, and this just looks like Thraben Charm. I gotta think. Do they have a follow-up to this? Like, do I think their last card in hand is a Galvanic Discharge or a Thraben Charm? Because if I just let this go and then, like, flash in Subtlety end of turn, get to untap, draw 2, Dreams to exile the Flage, that's really, really good for me. But I guess I don't need to... Like, I'm not in a bad spot if they just put this back on top, but I get to draw 2 more. But, like, the considering attacks with the reflection is kind of what makes me wonder if they have something else besides just the one spell or just the one Flage. They put the Flage on the bottom. Lay out the frogs. I'm fine throwing the frog under the bus. If I can, like, block with the frog, discard Dreams. Right, so just attack you for 7 in the air, Bowmaster's face. I'll preordain just in case there's a counter spell on top and it gives me something to protect the Bowmaster. Dude, Sphinx. Volta Sphinx. Riddler is so great. Oh man. Okay. This is the list we ran. So Tameo, great. Tameo with Riddler, great. think the 3 Riddler was fine. Especially when you could like pair it with a frog or something. But I didn't feel like I missed the 4th Riddler much. Counter spells were pretty good. I thought they were solid. There were a couple matches where it was kind of awkward to have like counterspell on the draw. But I think overall I was happy to have counterspell. I guess the downside to it would be that those counterspells could be like 4th Preordain, 3rd Bowmasters, a couple Thought Seizes, or like 3 Thought Seize Spell Snare or something. Just if you want to play more proactive or reactive. I'd give counterspell like a, I don't know, like a 6.5 out of 10 rating. Like, it was reasonably good, better than average. Pest controls still lights out. Dude, playing these rest in pieces out of the board has been really nice. Getting to just like shut down random grave decks like that Crab Vine opponent, just saying like, here's a rest in peace, good luck. That's been super dope. Correct number of counterspells is between 0 and 4. I mean, if we're not including 0 or 4, then that's probably fine. Like 2 or 3's, realistically 2 or 3 is probably reasonable. I just hate the idea of playing like less than 4 counterspell if you think you want access to counterspell. Like, I hate the idea of saying I don't like counterspell to the point of wanting to cut down on them, but still including some number in the 75 instead of just like more stern scoldings or spell snares or something. You know what I mean? Like, if you think counterspell is not good enough to run the full 4, I feel like you should just be on none. It's kind of like when you saw all those Grixis lists that were on like 2 Ragavan. Like, if you don't think Ragavan is good, or if you don't think Ragavan's good enough to run 4, just don't run Ragavan. Just, like, just keep them away. It's fine. But as soon as you start getting into like this, I play 2 and it's always in my opening hand when I don't want to see it, and then I never draw it when I do want to see it. Like, nah, you take the good with the bad. I run 8 and just don't tell my opponents. Fair. I did think for a little bit about like, what would the deck look like if you ran the, say, the 4 counter spell in the board and just said, all right, I'm up against a creature heavy matchup, board out the 4/4s for 4 counter spell. I'm up against non-creature stuff, board out the subtlety for 4 counter spell. I think that's too cute, but at least a brain exercise, right? Frog Riddler giving so much card selection that we can run, that we can cut some 4-ofs or 3-ofs. But like, is counterspell getting stuck in hand an issue? Like, would you rather just these be thought seizes so that you can cast your thing early? Don't have to wait for something to be on the stack to either pitch or counterspell. I don't know. Next stream, I think I'm gonna try out just maxing out, like, go with the Yuta approach of 4 Thoughtseize, 2 Dreams of Steel and Oil in the main, and then add Riddlers to that and see how it feels. I think that's what I'm gonna give a shot to next time. But in the meantime, we're going to send everybody over to Corey Baumeister. So if you're wanting to check out some Grixis Reanimator, feel free to stick around, share some love from the stream. As always, going to drop a few links in chat. We've got the Twitter if you want to see whenever a new live stream is happening. Blue Sky if you're not a Twitter fan. If I can type Blue Sky. YouTube if you want to see any of our uploaded leagues there, and last but not least the Discord. If you're not a member of the Discord and you want to be, feel free to come over there, hang out. A lot of great conversation going on, especially about innovating with Quantum Riddler. Other than that, thanks so much to the new and returning subscribers. Thank you so much for the new followers. If you're enjoying the content, enjoying the commentary, feel free to drop a follow. Don't have to, but it lets you know whenever we go live, so you can come hang out again. Appreciate the raids from Wildman, from 90s MTG. Greatly appreciate y'all. Hope everybody has a fantastic rest of your evening. Go enjoy some good food and company. I will catch y'all back live on Monday. Adios for now.
F-Red. Like, I don't want them to over